Welcome to Sleep Stories for Grown-Ups, the channel where we explore the mysterious, the hidden, and the stories that leave us questioning everything we thought we knew. Our today's story, the Pinebrook Conspiracy. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you listening from, and what time is it right now? It's incredible how stories like these can connect us across time zones and places. And if you enjoy unraveling the mysteries in a calm and thought-provoking way, don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Stories for Grown-Ups. Now, find a comfortable spot, close your eyes, and let's begin tonight's story. Evelyn Harper hadn't planned on settling in Pinebrook, a quiet town nestled near the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. But after her job in the city vanished and rent prices soared, Pinebrook's old-world charm and affordable apartments were a welcome refuge. The building she rented was a weathered, clapboard house converted into a few small apartments. Its faded white paint peeled at the edges, and the porch creaked beneath the weight of time. Evelyn's apartment was on the second floor, a cozy, modest space with thin walls and wooden floors that groaned with every step. Soon after moving in, Evelyn noticed a sour, musty smell near the kitchen floor. The landlord shrugged it off as old house quirks. Evelyn hoped it would fade, but the smell lingered. About 3 weeks in, one rainy evening while putting away groceries, Evelyn spotted a loose floorboard just behind the stove. It looked as if someone had hastily nailed it back into place. Her curiosity piqued, and after everyone else in the house was asleep, she carefully pried it open. Beneath was a narrow crawl space, cramped and dark. The smell grew stronger, thick and damp. A rusty metal box sat tucked in the corner. Evelyn's fingers trembled as she opened it. Inside were water-damaged notebooks. The first was dated July 2016. The handwriting was shaky and panicked. "I think someone's living inside the walls. I hear breathing, not just creaks. It stops if I listen too hard." Evelyn chuckled nervously, thinking it might be a joke or someone's fiction. But as she read on, the entries grew more unsettling. Scraping sounds behind bedroom walls. Things missing or moved. Milk half empty though sealed the day before. Faucets running when no one was home. And the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps pacing the ceiling every night at 2:47 a.m. Evelyn's blood ran cold. She had been hearing those same footsteps, the same wet, ragged breathing above her bedroom. The final journal entry was chillingly brief. "They only come when you know. They feed on the fear and attention. If you're reading this, they're already here." That night, precisely at 2:47 a.m., Evelyn woke to the sound of slow, careful footsteps directly above her bed. She lay motionless, heart hammering. The breathing followed, wet, heavy, as if someone struggled to breathe just above the ceiling. In the morning, she tried to convince herself it was a dream, until she opened the fridge. The milk carton was unsealed. She never opened it. Evelyn didn't sleep well that morning, though she tried. Every time her eyelids fluttered shut, the memory of those slow, deliberate footsteps echoed in her mind. The wet, ragged breathing still lingered like a shadow, haunting the edges of her thoughts. It was impossible to ignore, but she had to. Pinebrook was more than just a temporary shelter. It was starting to feel like home. There was Mrs. Pennington next door, who always left freshly baked cookies on her porch. The little bookstore down Main Street, run by the eccentric but kind Mr. Fletcher, with its scent of old paper and leather. And the Saturday farmers market, where Evelyn had met a handful of neighbors who welcomed her with shy smiles and warm hellos. Today, she forced herself to carry on as usual. The loose floorboard haunted her, though. During the day, it seemed to call her back. She found herself hovering near the kitchen, stealing glances at the spot behind the stove where she'd discovered the crawl space. The memory of the notebooks weighed on her. Someone had lived in those walls, or so the journals claimed. What if whoever it was still here? That afternoon, she ventured out for coffee at the Rusty Lantern, the local cafe that doubled as a gathering spot for Pinebrook's quirkiest residents. The walls were lined with mismatched paintings and local crafts, and the air smelled of cinnamon and strong roast. Evelyn liked it here. It was the kind of place where everyone knew your name, or at least tried to. "Morning, Evelyn," called out Josie, the barista with bright pink hair and a contagious laugh. "How's the new apartment treating you? Still battling the old house smells?" Evelyn smiled, grateful for the distraction. "You have no idea." Josie leaned in, lowering her voice to a playful whisper. "I heard that place has a history. Old Pinebrook houses tend to keep secrets." "Secrets?" Evelyn raised an eyebrow. Josie nodded. "Yeah, like last year. Mrs. Dobbins swore her furniture moved on its own. Said she caught glimpses of someone in the hall late at night. Spooky stuff, but it's probably just rats or the wind." Evelyn laughed, though uneasily. "I hope you're right." Josie grinned. "If you want, I can introduce you to Mrs. Dobbins. She loves chatting about Pinebrook's ghost stories." Evelyn hesitated, but then nodded. Maybe talking to someone who had lived here longer would help. Back at the apartment, Evelyn spent the afternoon poking around the crawl space again, carefully inspecting the floorboards and the old metal box she'd tossed into the trash. Part of her wanted to forget it all, but another part was desperate to understand. She began jotting down notes, dates, strange noises, the time the footsteps always appeared. 2:47 a.m. every night, like clockwork. Her phone buzzed. A message from Josie. "Mrs. Dobbins loves visitors. You should stop by tomorrow." Evelyn hesitated. Was she really ready to dive deeper into this mystery? The thought of the footsteps and the breathing was terrifying, but the idea of facing it alone was worse. That night, she tried everything to keep her mind off it. Reading a novel, watching a light-hearted movie, even calling her sister for a friendly chat. But as the clock edged toward 2:30 a.m., her heart began to race. The footsteps returned, slow, steady, right above her bed. She held her breath. The wet breathing followed. But this time, she heard something else. A faint rustling, like paper being shifted carefully, almost reverently. Evelyn's fingers trembled. Someone, or something, was searching. But for what? The next morning, a soft knock startled her awake. Opening the door, she found Mrs. Dobbins, a petite woman with silver hair and twinkling eyes, carrying a basket of homemade jam. "I hear you're new to Pinebrook," Mrs. Dobbins said warmly, "and that you've been hearing the noises." Evelyn's eyes widened. "You know about them?" Mrs. Dobbins nodded, stepping inside. "This town has its share of secrets, dear. Not all of them explained by old pipes or creaky floors." Evelyn offered the story about the notebooks and the crawl space. Mrs. Dobbins listened carefully, her eyes darkening. "You're braver than most, digging into that," she said finally. "But be careful. Sometimes the past clings tight to places like this." Before leaving, Mrs. Dobbins pressed a small, worn photograph into Evelyn's hand. A black and white picture of the apartment building, dated 1962. "That was the year a tenant disappeared without a trace," she said quietly. "Some say they were never really gone." Evelyn stared at the photo, her mind racing. Was this a ghost story, or something more? The mystery was deepening. Evelyn stared at the torn page under her door, heart pounding like a frantic drummer. "They're watching. Don't trust the walls." The message felt like a whisper from the dark corners of her own fear. But who could have slipped it there? And why? The apartment suddenly felt colder, every creak and groan louder than before. She folded the note carefully and slid it into her jacket pocket. She had to keep it safe, and more importantly, she had to understand what it meant. The following morning, the sleepy town of Pinebrook woke beneath a soft drizzle, the wet pavement reflecting the glow of lampposts. The rain seemed to dampen the usual buzz at the rusty lantern, but inside, the cozy cafe was warm and alive with familiar faces. Evelyn settled into a corner table, the torn note heavy in her thoughts. Josie bounced over, pink hair slightly damp from the mist outside. "You look like you haven't slept," she said, sliding a cinnamon roll in front of Evelyn. "I haven't," Evelyn admitted. Someone left this under my door." Josie's expression shifted. "You're serious about the noises, then?" Evelyn nodded, swallowing her nerves. "Mrs. Dobbins said a tenant disappeared here decades ago, and now I'm finding notes and hearing footsteps every night." Josie lowered her voice. "You know, old Pinebrook has a lot of stories. Some are just stories, others, well, they make you wonder. People say the old building used to be a boarding house for railroad workers. Maybe there's something buried in its past." Evelyn felt a flicker of hope in Josie's words. Maybe the mystery had roots she could dig into. She spent the afternoon at the Pinebrook Historical Society, a small brick building nestled between the bakery and the post office. The volunteer archivist, a kindly man named Mr. Gillis, greeted her with a warm smile and thick glasses slipping down his nose. "What brings you here, Miss Harper?" he asked. Evelyn pulled out the photo Mrs. Dobbins had given her and the torn note. "I'm looking into the history of my apartment building, especially about a tenant who vanished in the 60s. Mr. Gillis's fingers trembled slightly as he took the photograph. "Ah, the old Hawthorne apartments. Those walls have seen a lot. Let me see what I can find." Hours later, he returned with a yellowed newspaper clipping. The headline read, "Local man disappears without a trace." The article detailed the story of James Caldwell, a railroad worker who lived in the building in 1962. He reportedly vanished one night, leaving behind only a half-written letter and strange noises heard by neighbors. "The police found nothing," Mr. Gillis said. "Some thought he ran off. Others whispered about ghosts." Evelyn's mind reeled. James Caldwell. Could the journals be his? Was he the one who wrote those desperate entries about breathing in the walls? That evening, back in her apartment, Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching her. The smell under the kitchen floor seemed stronger, almost like damp earth mixed with something metallic. Determined to find answers, she returned to the crawl space. This time, she brought a flashlight and gloves. Prying open the loose board again, she crawled inside the narrow space, the air thick and musty. Near the far end, half buried in dust, she found another box, this one smaller, rustier. Inside, wrapped carefully in oilcloth, was a bundle of old letters tied with faded red ribbon. One letter caught her eye, dated just days before James Caldwell's disappearance. "They are here, watching. I don't know how much longer I can hide. The walls have ears and the shadows move. If anyone finds this, beware the Hawthorne. It's not just a building. It's a trap." Evelyn's fingers trembled. This wasn't just a haunting. It was something deeper. Suddenly, footsteps echoed above. Slow, deliberate, just like before. She froze. Holding her breath, Evelyn crawled out of the crawl space, her heart hammering. The apartment felt alive, watching, and the mystery was closing in. The morning rain had cleared, leaving Pinebrook streets shimmering with wet cobblestones and sparkling tree leaves. Evelyn Harper shuffled up the creaky steps of the Hawthorne apartments, a thick envelope clutched in her hand. The mailbox had been stuffed full overnight. Dozens of old photographs, all in black and white, yellowed at the edges, each depicting tenants of the Hawthorne across many decades. What caught her eye immediately was the recurring figure, a dark, blurry silhouette lurking in the background of almost every photo. Sometimes it was just a shadow behind a window, other times more defined, standing near the stairwell or behind a tenant's shoulder. She pulled out the pictures one by one, her fingers cold and shaky. The faces were all unfamiliar except for one, the 1962 photo of James Caldwell, the vanished railroad worker. His photo, too, had the shadow, standing just behind him. "What is this?" Evelyn whispered. Footsteps echoed softly behind her. She turned quickly to see Josie entering the lobby, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, and that mischievous spark in her eyes that always seemed to brighten the dreariest days. "You look like you've seen a ghost," Josie teased, settling beside her on the chipped wooden bench. Evelyn handed her the photos, watching as Josie's smile faded into a furrowed brow. "Okay, that's creepy," Josie said. "You think it's some kind of prank? Maybe someone's messing with you. I don't know. But this shadow, it's in every photo, like it's been watching for decades." Josie frowned, then said, "You're not seriously going to dig through all this stuff on your own, right? This place already feels like it's out to get you." Evelyn chuckled despite herself. "I guess I'm a sucker for mysteries." As the day wore on, Evelyn took the photographs and letters to the Pinebrook Public Library, hoping to find some clue or name for the shadow. The librarian, Mrs. Carroway, a petite woman with silver hair and a penchant for true crime stories, was eager to help. "This building," Mrs. Carroway said, pulling out a dusty ledger from under the counter, "has a long history. It was built on what was once the site of an old asylum, demolished in the early 1900s. The Hawthorne was supposed to be a fresh start for the town's workers." Evelyn's heart skipped. An asylum? That could explain the whispers and shadows. "There were rumors," Mrs. Carroway continued, "of patients who escaped or were hidden away in tunnels beneath the town. Some even say the building's foundations are connected to those old tunnels." Evelyn's mind raced. Could the crawl space under her apartment be connected to these tunnels? Was someone, or something, still living beneath the Hawthorne? Back home that evening, she placed the photographs across her small kitchen table, matching faces to names she found in the ledger. Each tenant had their story, some happy, others tragic, but all seemingly connected by that dark figure lurking nearby. Then her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Stop digging. Some secrets are better left buried." Evelyn's hands trembled as she read the message. Her mind flashed back to the note under her door. "They're watching. Don't trust the walls." Her quiet apartment suddenly felt anything but safe. The rest of the night was filled with the usual sounds: creaking floorboards, faint breathing, and that unmistakable slow shuffle above her ceiling at exactly 3:12 a.m. This time, Evelyn wasn't alone in her vigil. Josie had insisted on staying over, bringing along a thermos of chamomile tea and an old baseball bat, just in case. They sat in the dim light, wide-eyed and silent, listening as the footsteps stopped above the bedroom door. Then came the breathing, wet and ragged. Suddenly, a sharp rustling echoed from the kitchen. Evelyn's breath caught. Josie grabbed the bat, and together they crept towards the sound. Nothing was there. Only a single photograph lay face down on the kitchen floor, one Evelyn hadn't seen before. She flipped it over. It was a picture of her apartment, taken from outside the building at night. And in the window, a shadow stood watching. Evelyn's hand trembled as she stared at her phone. She debated ignoring it, but curiosity won. "Hello." A low, distorted voice whispered on the other end. "Leave Pinebrook. Now, before it's too late." The line went dead. Evelyn sat frozen, heart pounding. Was it a prank? A threat? Or something far stranger? She dialed back, but got nothing but a dial tone. She looked around her small apartment, the walls seeming to close in tighter than ever. Just then, a soft knock came at the door. Josie, already on edge, peeked through the peephole. "Who is it?" Evelyn whispered. No answer. The knocking stopped. When Evelyn opened the door, a thick envelope lay on the floor. No cinder, no note. Inside, a single water-stained page. "They don't like being disturbed. They watch everything. Trust no one." Evelyn showed Josie, who sighed. "Okay, this is officially creepy." Outside, the town of Pinebrook was waking up under a gray sky. The small bakery across the street was already bustling with early risers. The scent of fresh cinnamon rolls wafted in through the open window of Evelyn's apartment. She needed normal. She needed answers. The Hawthorne's landlord, Mr. Whitaker, was a round, jovial man with a booming laugh and a habit of telling the same story twice. Evelyn found him watering his flower beds outside. "Mr. Whitaker," she began cautiously, "have you heard anything about tunnels under the building?" He frowned. "Tunnels? Oh, the old asylum legends. Just stories to scare kids. Nothing real. Any idea about tenants disappearing or strange noises?" He waved a hand dismissively. "Old buildings groan, dear. You just have to get used to it." But Evelyn wasn't convinced. Later, at the local diner, Evelyn ran into Sheriff Dan, a lanky man with a quick smile and a sheriff's badge that looked a little too shiny. "Sheriff," she said, "have there been any unusual reports around the Hawthorne apartments?" He shook his head. "Not officially, but I've heard rumors. People say they see shadows moving at night near the building." "Shadows?" Evelyn's voice lowered. "Like ghosts." He chuckled. "Small towns and their stories. But if you're feeling unsafe, just let me know." That night, Evelyn and Josie reviewed the photographs again, cross-referencing the names with the town's old newspaper archives. Most tenants lived quiet lives, but one name kept popping up: Margaret Hale, a nurse at the asylum who disappeared mysteriously in 1921. And in every photo with Margaret, the shadow appeared closest to her. Evelyn's fingers traced the outline of the figure in the photographs. It almost seemed to be watching her too. A sudden creak upstairs jolted them. The usual footsteps were back, slow and deliberate. Josie whispered, "We're not alone." Evelyn nodded, heart racing. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the apartment into darkness. A breathy rasp filled the room, followed by the unmistakable rustling of paper. Evelyn fumbled for her flashlight, and when the beam landed on the far wall, they both gasped. Written in faint, smudged letters. They're waiting. The morning sun spilled gently into Evelyn's apartment, casting a golden glow on the worn wooden floors. Yet the warmth did little to chase the chill that had settled in her bones overnight. She sat cross-legged on the living room rug, the fragile leather-bound journal resting on her lap. Its cover was cracked and dust-coated, the name Margaret Hale etched faintly in looping script. Evelyn flipped it open carefully. The pages smelled faintly of mildew and old paper, but the words inside were sharp, urgent. April 1920. Margaret's handwriting was precise at first, describing her work as a nurse at Pinebrook Asylum. The entries painted a picture of a woman devoted to her patients, but increasingly disturbed by strange occurrences. Unexplained noises, fleeting shadows, and whispers that seemed to drift through the stone corridors at night. One entry stood out. The patients speak of watchers in the walls. They say the walls breathe, and sometimes, when the lights go out, the shadows step out of their places. I do not know if my mind is failing or if something far worse is happening here. Evelyn read that line twice, a shiver running down her spine. It echoed the feelings she'd been battling in her own apartment. Her phone buzzed, a message from Josie. Meet at the Rusty Anchor in 30? Evelyn tucked the journal carefully into her bag and headed out, the worn cover heavy in her hand. The Rusty Anchor was Pinebrook's beloved seafood joint, where locals gathered over fish and chips and a side of gossip. Josie was already seated in the corner booth, nursing a cup of steaming tea. "Look what I found," Evelyn said, sliding the journal across the table. Josie's eyes widened. "Wow, this is old and creepy. Think it's connected to your crawl space?" Evelyn nodded. "There's more. Margaret's entries mention people disappearing. Patients, staff, even some townsfolk. And the watchers seem tied to the asylum itself." Josie sipped her tea thoughtfully. Maybe these shadows are more than just stories. Maybe they're part of something people try to hide. Their conversation was interrupted by a gruff voice. "Talking about the asylum, are you?" They turned to see Mr. Whitaker standing by their table, his usual jovial face creased with concern. "Be careful poking around in old Pinebrook's past," he warned. "Some stones are better left unturned." Evelyn smiled politely, but felt the weight behind his words. Outside, the sky was turning gray again, a soft drizzle beginning to fall. As they left the Rusty Anchor, Evelyn noticed a figure standing across the street, watching intently. When their eyes met, the stranger disappeared down a narrow alley. "Did you see that?" Josie whispered. Evelyn nodded. "Someone's keeping tabs on us." That night, Evelyn sat by the fireplace in her cozy apartment, the journal open before her. Her mind raced with questions. Who was watching? What happened to Margaret Hale? And how did it all connect to the shadows that haunted her nights? Suddenly, a soft knock at the door startled her. She opened it to find an elderly woman with bright eyes and a knowing smile. "I'm Agnes," the woman said. "I've lived in Pinebrook my whole life. I think we need to talk about the past before it catches up with you." Agnes stepped inside Evelyn's apartment, the scent of rain clinging to her coat. Her eyes scanned the room, lingering on the worn journal on the coffee table. "You found Margaret's journal," Agnes said quietly. "That was a brave and dangerous thing." Evelyn nodded, still trying to process the woman's sudden appearance. "How do you know about it?" Agnes settled into an armchair, her hands folded neatly in her lap. "I knew Margaret. Not well, but enough. She was one of the few who tried to expose the things happening at the asylum. You're the first in years to show any real interest." Evelyn's curiosity peaked. "What happened to her?" Agnes's eyes darkened. "She vanished one night. Official story says she left town, but those who knew her think otherwise. Some believe the asylum's shadows claimed her." Evelyn swallowed hard, the words echoing her own fears. "The shadows, what are they?" Agnes took a deep breath. "They're not just shadows. Pinebrook's asylum was built on land with a troubled history. Before the building, there were things, people who tried to harness power from the earth itself. The shadows are remnants of that. They watch. They wait." Evelyn glanced toward the crawl space cover she had sealed only days before. "Do you think they're connected to what I've been hearing in my apartment?" Agnes nodded. "Absolutely. Those footsteps at 3:12 a.m., that's when the boundary between our world and theirs is thinnest." Josie, who had followed Agnes inside, shivered. "This sounds like something from a ghost story." Agnes smiled faintly. "Sometimes the truth is stranger and darker than any story." Determined to get to the bottom of it, Evelyn asked, "What can I do? How do I stop them?" Agnes hesitated. "You need to understand their history, their purpose. There's a local historian, Mr. Cranley, who keeps records and tales of Pinebrook's past. He might have answers." The next morning, Evelyn and Josie found themselves at the town's small library, a quaint brick building with ivy crawling up its walls. Inside, the scent of old books mingled with fresh coffee from the corner cafe. Mr. Cranley was an elderly man with a twinkle in his eye and a penchant for storytelling. He welcomed them warmly, though a shadow flickered across his face when they mentioned the asylum. "You're diving deep, aren't you?" he said, leading them to a dusty archive room. "Pinebrook has many secrets, some best forgotten." As he pulled out faded maps and yellowed letters, Evelyn noticed a pattern. Mentions of disappearances, strange rituals, and warnings about the Watchers. Josie pointed to an old photograph. "Is that the asylum?" "Yes," Mr. Cranley replied. "But notice the strange symbols carved into the foundation stones. Local legend says they were meant to contain whatever was beneath." The more they learned, the clearer it became. Pinebrook shadows were part of a centuries-old conspiracy involving the town's founders, the asylum, and a hidden power source beneath the earth. Evelyn's mind raced with questions, but before she could ask more, the library lights flickered. A cold breeze swept through the room, despite the sealed windows. "Perhaps it's time to be cautious," Mr. Cranley said quietly. Outside, the rain had stopped, but the air felt heavy, as if the town itself was holding its breath. Evelyn stepped through the door of her apartment, the evening chill nipping at her cheeks. The fog hung thick over Pinebrook, curling around lampposts and creeping into every corner of the small town. Her mind was still swirling with the stories Mr. Cranley had shared, the symbols carved in the asylum's foundation, the disappearances, the shadows lurking beneath the surface. As she pushed open her door, something caught her eye on the welcome mat. A plain white envelope with no stamp, no handwriting, just her name scrawled in shaky black ink. Her heart quickened. She took it inside and carefully peeled it open. Inside was a single sheet of thick, yellowed paper. The message was brief, but chilling. Stop digging or join the missing. Evelyn's fingers trembled as she reread the words. The weight of the warning settled over her like a cold stone. She glanced toward the sealed crawlspace cover, the place where she had found Margaret's journal and the source of the nightly footsteps. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Josie, her steadfast friend and local librarian, stood on the threshold, holding 2 steaming mugs. "I thought you might need this," Josie said softly, stepping inside. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Evelyn offered a shaky smile. "Worse. Someone left me a warning." Josie's eyes narrowed. "Are you going to listen to it?" Evelyn shook her head. "No. I need to know what's going on. If Margaret vanished because of this, I have to find out why." Josie nodded in support. "Then we'll figure it out together." That night, the familiar sound of footsteps began at 3:12 a.m. Evelyn lay awake, heart pounding as the slow, deliberate creaks moved above her. The heavy breathing returned, closer than ever, accompanied by a faint rustling, like pages turning in an unseen book. Determined not to be paralyzed by fear, Evelyn grabbed a small flashlight and carefully removed the screws sealing the crawlspace. The smell of damp earth and old wood greeted her as she pried open the narrow hatch. Inside, the crawlspace was tight and dark, but Evelyn noticed something new. Faint scratch marks on the wood lining the walls, symbols similar to those Mr. Cranley had shown them in the library. She took photos with her phone and returned to her bed, thoughts racing. Whoever, or whatever, was behind the walls was trying to communicate. But why? And what did the symbols mean? The next morning, Evelyn and Josie returned to Mr. Cranley's house, hoping he could decipher the new clues. The old man examined the photos carefully, his brows furrowed. "These markings, they're ancient protective symbols," he explained, "used to ward off spirits or entities that dwell in the shadows. Someone tried to keep the darkness contained, but it's never fully gone." Evelyn's stomach tightened. So these footsteps, the breathing, They're from something trapped or something watching. Exactly. And it's feeding on fear, on attention. That's why Margaret warned about it. As they spoke, Josie's phone buzzed with a message. It was from Agnes. Meet me at the town's old chapel. There's something you need to see. Evelyn glanced at Josie. Looks like this mystery is only getting deeper. Evelyn and Josie stepped carefully through the overgrown path leading to the old chapel on Pinebrook's outskirts. The building had long been abandoned, its stained glass windows cracked and boarded up, and vines clawing at the stone walls. The place carried a heavy stillness, as if it remembered every whispered prayer and dark secret. Agnes was already there, waiting near the heavy wooden door, her face pale but determined. "You shouldn't have come here alone," Agnes whispered, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "I had to," Evelyn said. "What did you find?" Agnes pushed the door open with a creak that echoed through the empty nave. The smell of dust and mildew wrapped around them like a shroud. "Follow me," Agnes said, leading them toward the altar where a loose floorboard caught Evelyn's eye. Agnes knelt and pried it up, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling down into darkness. "Hidden beneath the chapel," Agnes said. "A secret room. I stumbled on it while researching the asylum's history." Evelyn's heart pounded with a mix of fear and excitement. She flicked on her flashlight and started down the steps, Josie and Agnes close behind. The room was small and cluttered, lined with old shelves stuffed with dusty books, faded photographs, and dozens of worn notebooks, some bound in cracked leather, others just plain paper like the ones Evelyn had found in her crawl space. This is a treasure trove," Josie breathed, already flipping through a journal. Evelyn picked up one notebook, its cover torn and fragile. The handwriting inside was frantic and scattered, much like Margaret's. The entry spoke of strange happenings in Pinebrook dating back decades. Unexplained disappearances, odd rituals at the chapel, and shadowy figures seen lurking near the asylum. One passage caught Evelyn's eye. They live beneath the town. They watch, waiting for those who listen. They are bound by silence, but hungry for secrets. The old guardians kept them locked away, but now the seals are weakening. Josie looked up sharply. "Guardians? Seals?" Agnes nodded grimly. There was a secret society in Pinebrook, a group of locals sworn to protect the town from something. The asylum's founders were part of it. Evelyn felt the pieces falling into place. The footsteps, the breathing, the symbols, they were all tied to something buried deep beneath the town's surface, something that wasn't meant to be disturbed. Suddenly, a soft noise echoed from above, a slow, deliberate creak on the chapel floorboards. They froze. "Someone else is here," Agnes whispered. Footsteps followed, heavy and cautious. Evelyn's mind raced. Was it a friendly guardian returning, or someone with darker intentions? The door to the secret room creaked open, and a shadowy figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Looking for answers? The figure said in a low voice. Evelyn swallowed hard. The mystery was no longer just hers to solve. The figure stepped down the stairs slowly, hands raised in a gesture meant to calm. A man in his late 40s, with sharp eyes shadowed by a worn fedora, his clothes a little too neat for the forgotten chapel. His voice was low but steady. "I'm John Gray, and you're trespassing on something that's been hidden for far too long." Evelyn exchanged a glance with Josie and Agnes. There was something familiar about the name John Gray. He seemed out of place in sleepy Pinebrook, like a man who belonged to a world far away, yet bound here by history. "What is this place?" Evelyn asked, her voice barely above a whisper. John gestured around. This chapel was the meeting point for the town's guardians, those sworn to keep a balance between what the townsfolk see and what they don't. You've stumbled onto old secrets, but not all secrets want to be found. Josie's fingers trembled as she closed one of the dusty notebooks. "What do you mean? What are they?" John's gaze darkened. "The entities beneath the town. They're not spirits, not ghosts. Something else. They thrive on fear, on attention. They're bound by ancient wards, but those are weakening. Every time someone finds these notebooks, the veil grows thin." Evelyn shuddered, thinking of the footsteps and breathing that had haunted her nights. "Why me? Why now?" "Because you listen," John said simply. "They know when you listen. They feed on it. And once they realize you know, they come for you." Agnes stepped forward, voice firm despite the tension. "We want to help. What can we do?" John looked at each of them carefully. "The only way to keep the balance is to strengthen the seals. But to do that, you'll need to uncover the original wards, hidden in places around Pinebrook. It won't be easy, and it's dangerous." Evelyn's mind raced. Danger was something she was starting to know well, but so was curiosity. She nodded. "Where do we start?" John pulled from his coat a faded map, marked with strange symbols and locations. "This is the beginning, but be warned. There are those in town who want this kept secret, and they won't hesitate to stop anyone who digs too deep." A sudden noise made all three freeze, the unmistakable creak of floorboards above them, slow and deliberate. John's eyes narrowed. "We're not alone." Josie swallowed hard. "What do they want?" John's voice was grim. "Control, and to stay hidden." As footsteps circled overhead, Evelyn felt a chill creep down her spine. The mystery wasn't just about the past anymore. It was about survival. "We have to move fast," John said, folding the map carefully. "The next marker is at the old library. Meet me there tomorrow night." Before they could respond, the heavy chapel door slammed shut upstairs with a thud that echoed through the hollow walls. They all looked at one another, unspoken fear binding them tighter. The secrets of Pinebrook were waking up. The night air was crisp but held a damp chill, the kind that wrapped around your bones and made Pinebrook's old streets feel like they whispered secrets just out of reach. Evelyn tightened her scarf as she approached the library's heavy oak doors, their dark wood swollen slightly from years of humidity. The town's library was a relic from the early 1900s, with tall stained glass windows and rows of iron lamps that flickered faintly in the fog. Evelyn's footsteps echoed softly on the worn brick pathway as she reached the entrance, already feeling the weight of the night pressing in. She glanced around, quiet as expected. No sign of John yet. Her heart thumped with a mix of anticipation and unease. What exactly had she gotten herself into? Inside, the library smelled of old paper, leather bindings, and just a hint of lavender from the librarian's potpourri sachets. Rows of tall shelves stretched upward, crammed with dusty tomes and yellowed newspapers. The only sound was the distant drip of a leaking faucet and the occasional creak from the building settling into its foundation. Evelyn spotted John near the history section, his fedora pulled low, eyes scanning a thick leather-bound book. He looked up as she approached, nodding in greeting. "You made it," he said quietly. "Good." Josie and Agnes arrived moments later, their faces lit by nervous smiles. Agnes carried a thermos of coffee, which she offered around, warming their hands and spirits. The small comforts of friendship were a balm against the growing darkness. "Let's get to work," John said, spreading out the map he had shown them at the chapel. The faded paper was covered with strange symbols, circles, crosses, and arrows that seemed to point toward landmarks in Pinebrook Evelyn thought she knew well. The first marker leads us to the foundation of the town's original mill. Evelyn's mind flicked back to the rusty old mill ruins near the river, a spot children were warned away from, whispered about with a mix of fear and fascination. Why the mill? Because the first wards were placed there, John explained. Back then, the townsfolk believed the land held powers that needed binding. The mill's foundation stones hide one of the seals. Josie frowned. But if those wards are real, why didn't anyone tell us before? Why all the secrecy? Fear and tradition, John said, and those who benefit from keeping the truth buried. They prefer Pinebrook remains quaint and peaceful on the surface. Evelyn scanned the map again, the symbols swirling in her mind. She noticed a scribbled note near the mill marker, something like "Watch the shadows." Her eyes flicked up to John. What does that mean? Before he could answer, a soft thump came from the back of the library. All four froze. Probably just a book falling, Agnes suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. Evelyn glanced toward the noise, heart pounding. In the dim light, she thought she saw a shadow flicker past the far aisle, too quick to be a person. John's jaw tightened. We're not alone here. The group gathered their things quietly, slipping out through a side door that led to the alley behind the library. The fog clung to the street lamps like spectral veils. As they walked toward the mill, Evelyn's thoughts tumbled. Was someone watching them? Who wanted to keep these secrets so badly? And what did "watch the shadows" really mean? The mill ruins appeared ahead, a skeleton of timber and stone, half swallowed by wild vines and creeping moss. The river murmured nearby, steady and unyielding. John knelt by a moss-covered stone and brushed away years of dirt. Beneath, a faint carving emerged, a circle enclosing an intricate pattern that seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. "Here it is," John whispered. "The first seal." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the ruins, carrying with it a chill that raised goosebumps on Evelyn's arms. In the silence that followed, the faintest sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Turning sharply, Evelyn's breath caught. There, half hidden by shadows, stood a figure watching them. The man's face was obscured by a hood, but his eyes gleamed with cold intent. "Who are you?" Evelyn called out. The figure said nothing, only stepping back into the fog, vanishing like a ghost. Josie whispered, "We're definitely not alone." John's eyes flicked nervously between them. "This is bigger than any of us thought." Evelyn swallowed hard, the weight of the night settling deeper. The mystery was no longer just about old notebooks or strange noises. It was about survival, secrets, and a force lurking in the shadows of Pinebrook itself. The group hurried away from the mill ruins, their footsteps crunching on damp leaves and broken twigs. Evelyn's pulse still raced from the glimpse of the hooded figure. "Who was that?" Josie asked breathlessly, her usual humor dimmed by the moment's tension. "No idea," Evelyn admitted. "But whoever it was, they didn't want us there." Agnes pulled her coat tighter, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "Maybe we should tell the sheriff." John shook his head firmly. "No, the sheriff is either involved or too scared to act. This has been going on for generations. It's not just a local prank or urban legend. It's something older, darker." They made their way back toward Pinebrook's center, the fog thickening, swallowing the edges of the street lamps and muffling sounds. The cozy town's familiar faces and cheerful storefronts felt distant, like a facade hiding shadows that stretched beneath the surface. Back at the library, Evelyn sat by the window, staring out as dawn's pale light tried to push back the night's gloom. Her fingers traced the strange symbol John had found, the circle and intricate pattern etched deep into her memory. Josie leaned over, a mischievous grin returning. "You're acting like this is some supernatural thriller. What if it's just a secret society or something?" "Maybe," Evelyn said, but doubt gnawed at her. The feeling of being watched, the precise timing of noises, the cryptic journals, it was too consistent to be coincidence. The next morning brought more oddities. At the bakery where Evelyn stopped for her usual cinnamon roll, the owner, Mrs. Klein, seemed unusually distracted. "You look like you haven't slept," Mrs. Klein said, handing Evelyn her pastry. "Not much," Evelyn confessed. "Have you noticed anything strange around town lately?" Mrs. Klein glanced around before lowering her voice. There's been talk of odd noises near the old mill, footsteps in the dead of night, but people are too afraid to say it out loud. Evelyn nodded slowly, the pieces clicking together. The conspiracy was no longer a whisper. It was creeping into the daylight, stirring unease. That evening, Evelyn returned home to find her mailbox slightly ajar. Inside was a single, folded piece of paper with no return address. Unfolding it, she read, "Stop digging or you'll regret it. Pinebrook keeps its secrets for a reason." A shiver ran down her spine. Whoever was watching was sending warnings now. Determined to find answers, Evelyn met John and Agnes at a cozy cafe, the walls adorned with local art and the scent of freshly brewed coffee wrapping around them like a warm hug. "We can't back down," John said firmly. "There's more at stake than just old legends." Agnes nodded. "I have contacts in town who might know about these wards and the people who placed them. We need to dig deeper." Their conversation was interrupted by a loud crash outside. Everyone turned as a small crowd gathered near the town square fountain, where a street lamp flickered erratically. Evelyn pushed through and saw Mr. Carmichael, the local historian, lying on the ground, his face pale and eyes wide with fear. A crumpled note was clutched in his hand. "Someone pushed him?" Josie asked, helping steady the older man. Mr. Carmichael coughed, then whispered hoarsely, "They're watching the journals. Don't trust the mayor." Before they could ask more, the man's eyes fluttered shut. The town's gentle facade cracked just a little more that night. The night air hung thick with tension as Evelyn and the others gathered quietly in the back room of the cafe. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows across their worried faces. Mr. Carmichael's warning echoed relentlessly in their minds. "Don't trust the mayor." Josie paced the small space, her usual spark dimmed by the weight of uncertainty. Mayor Holbrook? But he's been so involved with all the town's restoration projects, always at community events. He seems, well, genuine. John shook his head slowly. Sometimes those closest to the light hide the darkest secrets. The mayor's family has been in Pinebrook for generations. That legacy might have strings tied to the oldest mysteries. Agnes unfolded the crumpled note again, examining the shaky handwriting. "This looks like Carmichael's, but someone else must have forced him to write it before the attack." Evelyn, staring out the window at the glowing town square, recalled the strange gatherings she'd seen at the mill ruins. People cloaked in dark clothes, moving silently through the fog. What if the mayor was part of that secret circle? The next morning, the local paper ran a story about Mr. Carmichael's accident, but officials called it a simple fall. Evelyn knew better. Determined to find concrete evidence, Evelyn decided to visit the mayor's office. The building was an elegant old brick structure with ivy curling along the walls and a brass plaque gleaming in the morning sun. Inside, Mayor Holbrook greeted her warmly, his smile steady but eyes guarded. Evelyn, What brings you here? I'm concerned about Mr. Carmichael and the note he had. I wanted to ask if there's something going on that I should know." The mayor's smile flickered just for a moment. Carmichael was a dear friend. I'm as shocked as anyone. I can assure you, there's nothing sinister here. But Evelyn's gut told her otherwise. As she left, a small, folded paper slipped from the mayor's desk unnoticed, drifting to the floor. Back at the library, Evelyn shared the new clue with her friends. John carefully unfolded the paper. It contained a list of names, town leaders, business owners, even a few names they hadn't heard before. At the bottom was a cryptic phrase, "Guardians of the Secret." Josie frowned. "Looks like a club no one wants outsiders to join." The group agreed they needed to find out what this secret was and why it was worth hurting Mr. Carmichael over. That evening, Evelyn returned to her cottage to find her cat, Mr. Whiskers, clawing at something behind the bookshelf. She moved the shelves aside, revealing a loose panel in the wall. Behind it lay a dusty box filled with faded letters and photographs, clues pointing to a hidden history of Pinebrook's founders and hints at a powerful secret buried for decades. Suddenly, footsteps approached outside her door. Evelyn's heart pounded as a shadow passed by the frosted window. Someone was watching. She locked the door, her mind racing. The cozy town she loved was wrapped in shadows, and she was now deeply entangled in its tangled web. Evelyn's hands trembled as she carefully sifted through the brittle letters and yellowed photographs from the hidden box. Each piece told a fragment of Pinebrook's past, a past woven with whispered alliances, forgotten promises, and a secret society known only as the Guardians. The society had apparently been formed by the town's founders to protect something valuable, though what that was remained a mystery. The photographs showed men and women in early 20th century attire, standing beneath the town's oldest trees and near the ruins of the mill. One photo caught Evelyn's eye. A group gathered in a dimly lit room, faces partly obscured, holding an object she couldn't quite make out. The edges of the photo had a faint scorch mark, as if it had narrowly escaped fire. Josie arrived with a thermos of tea and a reassuring smile. "Found anything juicy?" "More than that," Evelyn whispered, pulling out a folded map with strange symbols etched along the edges. "It looks like a map of Pinebrook, but with some locations marked, including the old mill, the library basement, and this place." She pointed to a small, unmarked spot near the town's outskirts. John leaned in, his eyes narrowing. "Could that be where the secret is hidden?" Agnes, ever practical, nodded slowly. "We should check it out, but carefully. Whoever wants to keep this secret hidden might be watching." That night, the group agreed to meet at the marked location at dawn. The cool air was thick with mist as they approached a crumbling stone well half swallowed by ivy. According to the map, the well was more than a relic. It hid an entrance to an underground chamber. Evelyn's heart pounded as she found a latch on the well's side. With a creak, a hidden door slid open, revealing a dark staircase spiraling downward. The air was damp and smelled of earth and forgotten memories. Inside the chamber, walls were lined with old wooden shelves containing more dusty boxes and relics. A carved stone pedestal stood at the center, holding a rusted metal box, the kind Evelyn had found under her floorboard months ago. Before she could move closer, footsteps echoed down the stairs. The group froze, their breath visible in the cold air. A shadow emerged, a tall figure in a long coat, face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. "You shouldn't be here," the voice warned, low and gravelly. Evelyn stepped forward, trying to keep her voice steady. "We're just trying to understand what happened to Mr. Carmichael and why the mayor is involved." The figure hesitated, then slowly pulled back the hat, revealing a familiar face. It was the town's historian, Mr. Caldwell, a man known for his quiet demeanor and encyclopedic knowledge of Pinebrook's past. "I've been guarding this secret for years," he said, his eyes dark and serious. "The Guardians protect Pinebrook from a truth too dangerous to reveal. If you continue down this path, you're putting everyone you love at risk." Evelyn felt a chill deeper than the damp chamber walls. The cozy town she thought she knew was hiding secrets that could unravel everything. Evelyn's pulse hammered in her ears as Mr. Caldwell's words hung heavy in the underground chamber. The others exchanged uncertain glances. The cozy charm of Pinebrook, the smiling neighbors, the cozy bookstore, the weekend farmer's market, suddenly felt like a delicate veil stretched over something far darker. "What exactly are you protecting?" Evelyn asked, her voice steady despite the knot of fear tightening in her chest. Mr. Caldwell sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "The Guardians were formed to keep Pinebrook safe from a power buried beneath this town. Something that, if unleashed, could change everything. It's not just history. It's a force. A secret some would kill to possess." Josie whispered, "Like a treasure?" "Not gold or jewels," Mr. Caldwell said, eyes flickering to the pedestal where the rusted box rested. "Knowledge. Knowledge so dangerous it could unravel reality itself if mishandled." John stepped forward, ever the skeptic. "So what? You've been hiding this forever and no one else knew? What about the mayor?" Mr. Caldwell's gaze hardened. "Mayor Whitman is no fool. He knows the stakes, and he's been trying to control the secret for years. But his ambitions have put the entire town in peril." Agnes crossed her arms, the lines of worry etched on her face deepening. "So we're caught in the middle of some dangerous game. What do we do?" Evelyn's mind raced. The footsteps in her apartment at 3:12 a.m., the rustling sounds, the stolen journals, it all tied back here. To this secret, to the Guardians, to a conspiracy stretching decades. "We have to find out what's in the box," she said firmly. "If it holds the answers, we can't let the mayor or anyone else use it." Mr. Caldwell hesitated but finally nodded. Very well, but be warned. Once you open it, there's no turning back. With trembling hands, Evelyn lifted the lid. Inside were old parchments, covered in symbols and writing in a language she couldn't understand. At the bottom, a small carved stone caught the light, a talisman etched with strange markings. Suddenly, a faint noise echoed from above. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, the same haunting cadence Evelyn had come to dread. "We're not alone," she whispered. Josie grabbed a flashlight, shining it toward the staircase. "We need to move now." As they ascended, the footsteps grew louder, closer, but no one appeared in the dim light. Outside, the first rays of dawn began to chase away the mist. Back in Evelyn's apartment, the smell of wet wood lingered faintly, and the box's secrets felt heavier than ever. The crisp morning air was tinged with the scent of pine and fresh rain as Evelyn stepped out of her apartment building. Pinebrook streets, usually bustling with the easy chatter of neighbors and the clinking of coffee cups at the corner cafe, felt quieter today, as if the town itself was holding its breath. Evelyn clutched the metal box beneath her jacket, the weight of it grounding her even as her mind raced. Josie and John flanked her, both scanning their surroundings with sharp eyes. Agnes had offered to watch over the box while they gathered more information, but Evelyn insisted on keeping it close. "We need to figure out what these symbols mean," Evelyn said, breaking the silence as they reached the cafe. The bell chimed softly overhead as they entered. The smell of freshly baked pastries and rich coffee offered a brief moment of comfort in the growing tension. May, the cafe owner and a longtime friend, looked up from behind the counter, her brow knitting together as she noticed the strained expressions. "You all look like you've been through a storm." "We might have," Josie said, sliding into a booth. "We found something important, and it's got some people very worried." May poured 3 steaming cups of coffee and set them down with a reassuring smile. "Whatever it is, you're not alone. This town has a way of protecting its own." Evelyn traced the worn carvings on the talisman, her fingers trembling slightly. "We need help deciphering this." But whoever wrote the documents warned us about the mayor. He's not just a figurehead. He's deeply involved. John leaned back, folding his arms. "I did some digging while you were underground. Mayor Whitman's been pushing for a new development project near the old mill, the very land above those tunnels. He claims it'll bring jobs, but some townsfolk whisper about something else. Covering something up," Josie added quietly. The cafe door swung open, and a gust of wind swept in, carrying a folded newspaper that landed on their table. Evelyn opened it to a headline that made her heart skip. "Mysterious disappearances near Pinebrook's old mill. Authorities baffled." "We're running out of time," Evelyn whispered. Outside, shadows lengthened as the sun dipped low. Somewhere nearby, footsteps echoed again, slow, deliberate, watching. The cafe had emptied out, leaving Evelyn, Josie, and John huddled in the corner booth. The newspaper headlines still echoed in Evelyn's mind. Mysterious disappearances near the old mill, a place tied inexplicably to the strange tunnels beneath Pinebrook. May said some folks have been too afraid to speak up, Josie murmured, her eyes darting around the quiet room. There's more going on than anyone's admitting. John nodded grimly. The mayor's plan for the mill isn't just about new businesses. I heard rumors about secret meetings in the dead of night near the edge of town. Evelyn took a sip of coffee, her gaze fixed on the metal box concealed under her coat. We need to find out who else knows about the tunnels. If people are disappearing, someone must have seen something. Just then, the door creaked open. An elderly man shuffled in, his gait slow but determined. His eyes, sharp and knowing, settled on their table. "You're the ones asking questions," he said in a voice roughened by years. "I'm Harold. I might be able to help." Josie and John exchanged looks. Evelyn nodded cautiously. "We're trying to understand what's happening around the old mill and these tunnels." Harold leaned in, lowering his voice. "The tunnels have been part of Pinebrook longer than anyone alive remembers. Some say they were built by the town's founders. Others think they're connected to old smuggling routes. But lately, something darker has stirred." "Like what?" Evelyn asked, heart pounding. Harold glanced over his shoulder before continuing. "People have vanished after nightfall. Lights flicker near the mill, strange noises. The mayor's men are tight-lipped, but there's talk of hidden chambers, rooms where they stash things no one should see." Josie's fingers twitched toward the talisman. "This might be connected. We found this underground, near the tunnels." Harold's eyes widened slightly. "That symbol, it's old. Older than the town itself. It marks a secret society, one sworn to guard Pinebrook's deepest secrets." John frowned. "A secret society? Why would the mayor be involved?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Harold said. "Power has a way of corrupting, even in the smallest towns." As they talked, the evening shadows grew longer, and the distant howl of a coyote reminded them how close they were to the wild edges of Pinebrook. Before Harold left, he handed Evelyn a folded map, yellowed with age. "This might help you, but be careful. Some secrets are meant to stay buried." Outside, the wind picked up, rustling the leaves and carrying faint, eerie whispers. The dark figure had vanished into the twilight before Josie could get a clear look, but the unease settled over the trio like a thick fog. Evelyn folded the brittle map carefully, tucking it inside her coat pocket. "We're definitely being watched," John muttered, scanning the empty street outside the cafe. Josie's lips pressed into a thin line. "This just got more dangerous than I thought." Despite the chill, Evelyn felt a surge of determination. The map Harold gave her showed a network of tunnels, winding beneath Pinebrook in places no one talked about openly. One marking near the mill was circled in red ink, with the word sanctuary scrawled in faded handwriting. Sanctuary, Evelyn repeated aloud, tracing the line with her finger. What could be down there that's so important? Harold's words echoed in her mind. Hidden chambers, a secret society, things no one should see. We should head out tonight, John said, his voice low but firm. If we wait, we might lose our chance. Josie shook her head, but she didn't argue. We'll need supplies and flashlights. And maybe someone who knows these tunnels better than Harold. As the sun dipped below the pine trees, the small town of Pinebrook settled into its usual quiet rhythm. Porch lights flicking on, the distant bark of a dog, the soft hum of cicadas. Evelyn felt a strange mix of excitement and dread. The ordinary rhythms of the town masked something much darker underneath, and she was determined to uncover it. Later that evening, as they prepared for their secret expedition, Evelyn's phone buzzed with an unknown number. She hesitated before answering. A voice whispered, barely audible, "Stop digging, Evelyn. Some secrets will cost you more than you're willing to pay." The line went dead. Josie glanced at her with wide eyes. "Well, that's ominous." Evelyn's jaw tightened. "It only means we're on the right track." The black SUV's headlights cut through the dusk, casting long shadows over the cracked pavement by the old mill. Evelyn's heart hammered as the vehicle slowed to a crawl, the driver's window briefly lowering. A face remained hidden in the darkness. "Time to move," John whispered urgently, grabbing Evelyn's arm. They slipped through a narrow side gate, the rusty hinges protesting with a creak. Josie pulled out the flashlights, their beams piercing the growing darkness ahead. The entrance to the tunnel was a gaping hole partially obscured by tangled vines and scattered debris. The air smelled damp and earthy, thick with the scent of decay and secrets long buried. The three friends exchanged wary glances but pressed forward, the beam of their lights bouncing off the rough stone walls and the damp floor slick with moss. Evelyn clutched the folded map tighter. According to Harold's notes, this tunnel should lead directly to the place marked Sanctuary. As they moved deeper, the sounds of the town faded away, replaced by the echo of their footsteps and the distant drip of water. Josie paused, shining her light on something scrawled on the wall in faded charcoal. Symbols intertwined with letters. "Keep out," it warned, but beneath that, a barely legible name. Marsh. Marsh, Evelyn whispered. "Is that someone's name?" John frowned. "Or a code. We've heard that name before. In the town records, maybe?" Suddenly, a sharp clatter echoed ahead. They froze. "Did you hear that?" Josie hissed. From the darkness emerged a small figure, a boy no older than 12, his eyes wide and fearful. He clutched a tattered book to his chest. "Who are you?" Evelyn asked gently, kneeling down. The boy hesitated, then whispered, "You shouldn't be here. They don't like visitors." "Who doesn't?" John asked cautiously. The boy looked over his shoulder nervously. The people who live beneath Pinebrook, the ones who watch. Before they could ask more, a distant rumble shook the tunnel walls. "We have to go," the boy urged, grabbing Evelyn's hand and pulling her back toward the entrance. As they hurried through the twisting passageways, Evelyn's mind raced. The conspiracy was no longer just notes and rumors. It was real, and it involved people willing to do anything to protect their secrets. Evelyn's breath came in shallow bursts as the boy tugged her away from the tunnel's mouth. Behind them, the shadowy figure moved with unnatural silence, slipping deeper into the labyrinth. "We can't let whoever that is follow us," Josie said, voice low but tense. Her fingers trembled slightly on the flashlight, the beam flickering. The boy's grip tightened. "They don't like being seen. They'll stop at nothing." John exchanged a glance with Evelyn. "We need to get back to the surface. Figure out who, or what, we're really dealing with." They quickened their pace, each step careful but hurried. The walls closed in around them, narrowing the path until it felt like the tunnel was swallowing them whole. The distant rumble from earlier had faded, but an oppressive stillness replaced it, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Halfway back, Josie's light caught something pinned to the wall, an old photograph, curled and stained with age. Evelyn recognized the faces instantly. The Marsh family, town founders rumored to have vanished decades ago. The caption read, "Guardians of the Sanctuary." "Guardians?" Evelyn murmured, glancing at John. "What sanctuary?" Before John could answer, a soft shuffling echoed behind them. "Move," the boy hissed. They broke into a run, adrenaline pushing them faster through the winding passages. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a cavernous chamber illuminated by flickering lanterns hanging from iron hooks. The walls were lined with old journals, maps, and dusty artifacts, a secret archive hidden beneath the town. "We've found it," John breathed. "The real Pinebrook history." Evelyn's eyes swept over the room. Each item seemed to whisper stories of hidden power and protection. But why all the secrecy? From the shadows, a voice broke the silence. "You shouldn't have come here." A figure stepped forward, tall, cloaked, face obscured. Their presence filled the room with an unsettling calm, as if they owned every secret in the stone. "Who are you?" Evelyn demanded, heart pounding. The figure's voice was low but chilling, a keeper of truths best left buried. "Some stories, Miss Harper, are not meant for outsiders." Josie raised her flashlight. "We're just trying to understand. Pinebrook deserves to know its history." The cloaked figure laughed, a sound both bitter and tired. "Understanding comes at a price. And now, you've drawn their attention." John exchanged a quick glance with Evelyn. The conspiracy had only deepened. Somewhere beyond these walls, forces were already moving. As footsteps echoed from the tunnels behind them, the three friends braced themselves. The hidden watchers were closing in. The heavy door slammed shut behind Evelyn, John, and Josie, muffling the faint sounds of footsteps and whispering from the tunnels beyond. Darkness engulfed them, broken only by the weak glow of Josie's flickering flashlight. A cold chill seeped into the chamber, the air thick with dust and secrets. Evelyn's heart pounded so fiercely she was certain the cloaked figure could hear it. "We need to find another way out," she whispered, voice taut with urgency. Josie shined the light across the walls. Rows of ancient books, brittle papers, and artifacts that seemed almost sacred. "This place, it's like a hidden library," she breathed. "Whoever built this didn't want anyone finding it." The boy, whose name they still hadn't learned, pressed close. They used these tunnels to watch Pinebrook, to protect or to trap. His eyes darted nervously, but not everyone hears what they seem. John stepped forward, crouching near a low table cluttered with maps and notes. "Look at this." He pointed at a faded map of Pinebrook and its surroundings, marked with symbols that matched the strange markings they'd seen etched into the walls. "This isn't just a secret archive, it's a command center. Someone's been organizing something big." Evelyn's mind raced. Could the quiet town she'd thought she knew really be a battleground for unseen forces? And what part did the Marsh family, the Guardians, play in this? Suddenly, a low rumble vibrated through the stone floor. The lanterns flickered violently. Josie grabbed Evelyn's arm. "We have to move. Now." They hurried deeper into the chamber, the tunnel narrowing again until they reached a heavy iron grate set into the floor. The boy produced a small key from his pocket, sliding it into the lock with practiced ease. The grate creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase winding down into utter darkness. "Down there," the boy said grimly, "is the heart of it all." Evelyn swallowed her fear, steeling herself. "We don't have a choice." Step by step, they descended, the air growing colder and damp. Faint whispers echoed, words indistinguishable but filled with urgency. At the bottom, the stairs opened into a cavern lit by pale bioluminescent fungi clinging to jagged rocks. In the center stood a large stone altar covered in symbols matching the ones on the map. A circle enclosing an eye, surrounded by cryptic runes. Scattered around it were personal items, a broken watch, a faded photograph, a child's toy. Josie's voice trembled. "Someone's been here recently. Maybe trapped." Suddenly, from a crevice nearby, a small voice called out, "Help, please." Evelyn and John exchanged a stunned look, then hurried toward the sound. Behind a loose stone, they found a young woman, her face pale and eyes wide with fear. She wore a tattered coat, and her hands trembled as she reached out. "Who are you? What's going on?" Evelyn asked gently. The woman's voice was barely a whisper. "I was investigating the disappearances, but they caught me. They want the journals, the secrets. If I don't give them up, they'll..." Her words cut off as a heavy thud echoed above. The ground vibrated again, and the faint sound of scraping nails returned, closer this time. "We're running out of time," John said grimly. "We have to get her out." As they turned to leave, the eerie eye symbol on the altar began to glow faintly, bathing the cavern in a cold, otherworldly light. The pale glow from the altar cast long shadows, twisting and shifting as the cloaked keeper stepped forward. His voice was low and gravelly, laced with menace. "You shouldn't have come here." Evelyn swallowed hard, but stood her ground. "We're not leaving without answers. Pinebrook deserves to know the truth." The keeper's eyes glinted beneath his hood. "Truth is a luxury for the naive. This town has survived because of secrets, some better left buried." Josie tightened her grip on the flashlight, the beam trembling slightly. "We found the journals, the tunnels, the missing people. We know what you're hiding." A sharp laugh echoed through the chamber. "You think those old scribblings are proof? Mere stories to scare children." The boy stepped forward, voice steady despite the fear. "They're not stories. People have disappeared. Neighbors, friends. You're behind it." Two figures behind the keeper shifted, revealing sharp tools glinting in the eerie light. John took a protective step in front of the young woman they'd found. "We're not afraid," Evelyn said, trying to sound braver than she felt. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from the tunnel entrance. The door slammed shut, sealing them inside. Josie's eyes widened. "They've trapped us." The young woman gasped, clutching Evelyn's arm. "They don't want anyone exposing the Guardians. The family controlling Pinebrook's secrets." John frowned. "The Guardians?" The boy nodded. "An old family sworn to protect the town by any means necessary. They monitor everything through these tunnels, controlling who disappears and who stays silent." Evelyn's mind raced. The Marsh family, the old legend, was it true? Had her quaint town been under the watch of shadowy rulers all along? The keeper's voice softened, almost pleading. "You don't understand what you're meddling with. These tunnels hold power. Power to keep Pinebrook safe from dangers far worse than you imagine." "Safe?" Josie scoffed. "People are vanishing, and you're hiding behind threats and secrets." The boy stepped closer to the altar, fingers tracing the glowing runes. "The journals warned us. They said once you knew, it was too late." Evelyn's eyes locked on the altar's strange symbol. A flicker of recognition hit her. This symbol, it's on the old town seal. Maybe it's not just superstition. Suddenly, the cavern trembled violently. Dust and loose stones rained from the ceiling. "Time's up," the keeper snarled. "Choose. Leave now. Forget what you saw, or stay and become part of the secret forever." Josie pulled Evelyn toward a narrow passage she'd noticed earlier. "This way. If we can lose them, maybe we can get out." They darted down the tunnel, the sound of footsteps pounding behind them. The glow from the altar faded as they ran deeper into the labyrinth. Around the next bend, they stumbled upon an old wooden door, half hidden behind ivy and moss. "Help me with this," John urged, and together they pushed it open, revealing a hidden staircase leading upwards. As they climbed, the air grew fresher, the faint sounds of town life drifting through cracks. Bursting out into an overgrown courtyard bathed in moonlight, Evelyn gasped at the sight. A forgotten garden, wild and tangled, but peaceful. They paused, catching their breath. The distant hum of Pinebrook's late night come a stark contrast to the horrors below. The young woman looked at them, resolve hardening her eyes. "This isn't over. The guardians will come for us." Evelyn nodded slowly. "Then we have to be ready." The moon hung low over Pinebrook as Evelyn, Josie, John, and the young woman, who now introduced herself as Clara, emerged from the hidden tunnel into the overgrown courtyard. The garden was a tangled mess of wildflowers, ancient oaks, and creeping ivy clinging to crumbling stone walls. Despite its neglect, there was a strange beauty here, a softness that felt almost defiant against the dark secrets buried beneath. "Looks like no one's been here in years," Josie murmured, brushing aside thorny branches. Evelyn took a deep breath, savoring the cool night air. For a moment, the fear that had gripped her melted away into the gentle rustle of leaves and distant hoots of owls. This garden, this forgotten corner, seemed like a sanctuary, a fragile piece of Pinebrook's past still breathing. Clara looked around cautiously, glancing over her shoulder. "The guardians don't know about this place. It's one of the few secrets even they haven't found." John frowned. "If that's true, why did you bring us here? Running is only temporary." Clara's eyes flickered with worry. "Because we need allies. People who aren't afraid to dig deeper. The Guardians won't stop until they silence everyone who gets too close." Evelyn nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. This was no longer just a mystery. It was a fight for the town she loved. As they moved through the garden, Evelyn noticed small details that told stories. A rusted lantern hanging crookedly from a hook, a cracked stone bench with carved initials faded by time, and wildflowers blooming defiantly through cracks in the stone paths. These quiet touches of life and decay mirrored the town itself, quaint and charming on the surface, but with secrets tangled deep beneath. Josie pulled out a small notebook. "We should start documenting everything. Symbols, clues, people we suspect. If the Guardians are watching, we need to be careful." John nodded, his usual easygoing smile replaced by grim determination. "I hate secrets. They always make things worse." The night deepened as they exchanged stories about Pinebrook's history. Evelyn shared what she'd learned from old newspapers and the town library. Tales of disappearances, strange lights, and whispered warnings about the Marsh family's influence. Clara's voice dropped to a whisper. "The Marshes have ruled Pinebrook for generations. They own most of the land, the businesses, even the local council. They keep things orderly, but it's a cold kind of order. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the bushes made them all jump. Josie flicked her flashlight toward the noise, but nothing moved. Probably just a raccoon, Evelyn said, trying to sound casual. But inside, her heart hammered. As they settled in the garden's center, a plan began to form. They would uncover the truth piece by piece. The journals, the tunnels, the guardian's identity. And they'd have to do it before the Marsh family realized their secret was no longer safe. Just then, Evelyn's phone buzzed. She glanced down, her blood running cold. A message from an unknown number. Stop digging or lose everything. Josie's eyes narrowed. Looks like the Guardians already know we're awake. John rubbed his temples. This just got a lot more complicated. Clara's face hardened. We can't back down now. Evelyn looked around at the small group. Her unlikely allies in a quiet town turned shadowed by conspiracy. For the first time, she felt the fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, they could unravel the truth and bring light to Pinebrook's dark corners. The shadowy figure vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Evelyn and the others tense and alert. The night air felt colder now, as if the garden itself was holding its breath. Evelyn's pulse quickened, but she kept her voice steady. Did anyone else see that? Josie nodded, eyes sharp. Definitely. Someone's been watching us. John glanced toward the stone wall where the figure had stood, then back at Evelyn. We're not alone in this. Clara's fingers tightened around the notebook she carried. The Marshes have eyes everywhere. We'll have to be more careful. As they quietly retraced their steps back toward the tunnel entrance, Evelyn felt a strange mix of dread and determination. The peaceful charm of Pinebrook was a thin veil, easily pierced by shadows and secrets. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the kind of warm, golden day that made Pinebrook feel like a postcard. At the local cafe, a cozy spot with mismatched chairs and the aroma of fresh pastries, Evelyn met with Josie and John. The townspeople bustled about, exchanging greetings and snippets of gossip, a comforting hum of everyday life. Maybe this is what we need, Josie said, stirring her coffee, to blend in, gather information without raising suspicion. Evelyn nodded, appreciating the cafe's homey atmosphere. It was the perfect contrast to the creeping tension that had taken hold of her nights. Over shared scones and laughter from a nearby table of elderly ladies discussing their garden clubs, Evelyn pulled out the notebooks Clara had found. She studied the faded, water-damaged pages, searching for clues in the panicked handwriting. The journals mention a key, Evelyn said thoughtfully. A key hidden somewhere in the town. Maybe it opens more than just a door. John raised an eyebrow. Sounds like we're in a classic conspiracy novel. I just hope it's not fiction. Josie smiled wryly. Well, if it is, we're playing the lead roles. They agreed to split up over the next few days. each asking around discreetly about the Marsh family and any odd occurrences. Evelyn returned to the Old Town Library, where she met Henry, the elderly librarian with a penchant for local history and an uncanny memory. Henry's eyes twinkled behind his glasses. "You're stirring up old ghosts, Miss Green. Pinebrook likes its peace. Are there records of the Marsh family's dealings?" Evelyn asked. He nodded slowly. "Some, but the Marshes have a way of keeping things quiet." As Evelyn delved into dusty ledgers and yellowed newspapers, a pattern emerged. Mysterious disappearances, strange building permits, and unexplained renovations at the Marsh estate. Each clue deepened the mystery and hinted at something far larger than just an old family feud. Meanwhile, Josie discovered an old photograph tucked inside a library book, a faded image of the Marsh estate, but with a curious detail: a hidden doorway in the garden, now overgrown and forgotten. John uncovered rumors of a secret society operating under the Marsh family's influence, known as the Guardians, protectors, or enforcers, depending on who you asked. At night, Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The chilling footsteps and breathing returned at 3:12 a.m., a haunting reminder that the mystery was far from over. One evening, as she locked up her small apartment, Evelyn found a single white lily left on her doorstep, a delicate but unmistakable warning. Josie's voice crackled over the phone later that night. "We're getting closer, but the Marshes know we're digging." Evelyn stared at the flower, the scent sharp and fresh despite the chill in the air. She swallowed hard and whispered to herself, "We won't stop now." The morning sun peeked through Evelyn's curtains, but she barely noticed. The note, tucked carefully inside the envelope, lay on the kitchen table like a dark omen. The faded photograph showed the front of her apartment building, the very place she'd called home for the past 6 months. But there was something unnerving about the picture. The shadows in the windows seemed too deep, as if someone was watching her even in the daylight. Her phone buzzed. Josie's name flashed on the screen. "Morning," Evelyn said cautiously. "Did you get the photo?" Josie's voice was low and tense. "Yeah, they're inside. Watch your walls." "What does that even mean?" Josie sighed. "It's got to be a warning. The Marshes, or whoever, is telling you to back off." Evelyn swallowed hard. "I'm not sure I can." Josie chuckled softly. "That's why we make a good team." At the cafe later, the usual warmth felt colder, as if the threat lurking in the background had seeped into the sunlit corners of Pinebrook. The regulars smiled and chatted, but Evelyn caught glances that lingered a little too long, whispers that ceased when she entered the room. Henry, the librarian, waved from across the street as she left the cafe. "Careful, Evelyn. Old secrets don't like the light." Her heart quickened. Back in her apartment, Evelyn examined the photograph again. She ran her fingers along the edges of the picture, noticing a faint crease that revealed something else. a tiny symbol etched into the corner. It looked like a key. She grabbed Clara's notebooks from her desk. Pages fluttered as she searched for anything about a key or a symbol. Then she found it. A cryptic note scribbled hastily. The key to the marsh's silence lies beneath the floorboards where whispers live. The smell of damp wood from beneath the kitchen floor returned in her memory. Her thoughts tumbled into questions. Was the crawlspace more important than she realized? Had someone been hiding more than just journals there? Evelyn decided she had to return to the crawlspace. But she wasn't going to do it alone this time. She called John. "Meet me at my place in 20 minutes, she said. When John arrived, his brow furrowed as she explained. "There's something beneath the floorboards, something I missed before." Together, they headed to the kitchen. Evelyn pulled back the small rug and carefully pried up the loose floorboard. The musty smell surged stronger than ever. "This time, bring a flashlight," John said, handing her a sturdy one from his bag. The crawlspace was cramped and dark, the air thick with dust and decay. But something glittered faintly near the back corner. Evelyn reached in and pulled out a small, rusted tin box. It was heavier than the last one. With trembling hands, she opened it. Inside was a collection of old keys, each different: brass, iron, and one ornate silver key with an unfamiliar symbol matching the photographs. "Looks like the Marsh family kept more than just secrets," John muttered. Suddenly, a creak echoed from above. Both froze. The footsteps had returned, slow, deliberate, just like the journal had described. Evelyn's pulse hammered in her ears. "We're not alone," she whispered. They scrambled out of the crawl space and bolted the floorboard back in place. But the feeling of being watched clung to them like a shadow. As night fell, Evelyn lay awake, listening for the footsteps at 3:12 a.m. They came again, as always, but this time they were followed by a soft rustling, like paper shifting. Her thoughts spiraled. Who else knew about the keys? Why had someone left her a warning? And what did the Marsh family really want to hide? Outside, the wind rustled the trees, whispering secrets that Pinebrook wasn't ready to tell. Evelyn's heart pounded as she opened the door to find the stranger standing on her porch. The woman looked to be in her early 60s, with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a loose bun and eyes sharp as a hawk's. She held a thick, leather-bound book, its spine cracked and worn by time. "I'm Lillian," she said softly, yet with unmistakable authority. "I've been waiting for you." Evelyn blinked, unsure if she'd heard correctly. "Waiting for me? What?" Lillian smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Because you're the one who found the keys. You're the one who stirred the past." Pulling her inside, Evelyn motioned toward the cozy living room. The late afternoon sun filtered through lace curtains, casting warm patterns on the hardwood floors. It was a small comfort in the growing storm of mystery that surrounded her. As Lillian settled into the worn armchair, Evelyn's mind raced. She wondered how much this stranger knew, or if she was a threat. The woman opened the book and began to speak, her voice low and steady. Pinebrook has a history, one the townsfolk prefer to forget. The Marsh family wasn't just a wealthy lineage. They were guardians of an ancient secret, a secret hidden beneath this very town. Evelyn felt a chill despite the warm room. "What kind of secret?" she asked. Lillian traced a finger along a faded map inside the book. This town was built over old tunnels, networks used for centuries by those protecting knowledge and power. The Marsh family kept the keys to these tunnels, guarding what was hidden inside. Evelyn thought of the keys she had found, each different, each ornate, each clearly important. They say the tunnels hold something dangerous, something that, if unleashed, could change everything. The words hung in the air like a warning. Suddenly, the room's quiet was broken by a knock at the door. Evelyn's breath caught. She opened it to find Josie, her face pale. "You need to see this," Josie said, pulling out her phone. A news alert showed the old Pinebrook Historical Society had been broken into overnight. Items had been stolen, including several rare artifacts linked to the Marsh family. Evelyn's mind reeled. The conspiracy was growing. Someone was trying to erase the past and stop her from digging deeper. Lillian stood, her gaze piercing. "They know you're getting close. You must be careful." Evelyn nodded, determination settling over her like armor. As Josie left to make calls, Evelyn and Lillian pored over the book, uncovering clues about the tunnels and the people who had tried to protect or exploit them. Outside, the gentle hum of Pinebrook's evening routine went on. Children's laughter from the park, the clink of glasses at the tavern. Life continued, unaware of the darkness creeping beneath its foundations. But Evelyn knew, and now she was part of the story. Evelyn sat at her kitchen table, the dim light of the single bulb casting long shadows across the clutter of papers, maps, and faded photographs. Lillian's book lay open before her, filled with cryptic notes and symbols that seemed to pulse with secrets. Outside, the rain whispered against the windows, a steady patter that somehow made the room feel both cozy and confining. She had barely slept after last night's chilling encounter. The footsteps at 3:12 a.m. were no longer just a nightmare or coincidence. The whispered voice calling her name lingered in her mind, haunting her every thought. Josie's news about the Historical Society break-in added fuel to the growing fire. The artifacts stolen weren't random. They were pieces of the Marsh family's hidden legacy, proof that someone else was also hunting the secrets beneath Pinebrook. The next morning, Evelyn met Josie at the local cafe, a cheerful little place named the Cozy Mug, with mismatched chairs and walls decorated with vintage postcards. Josie was nursing a steaming cup of chamomile tea, her brows furrowed in concern. "I talked to Chief Harper," Josie said quietly. "He's not convinced this break-in is random. There's talk of a group in town that's been quietly trying to rewrite Pinebrook's history. Evelyn's stomach tightened. Rewrite history? How? Destroy artifacts, erase records, scare people into silence, Josie explained. They want to control what's known about the marsh tunnels and maybe what's still down there. Evelyn sipped her coffee slowly, absorbing the weight of Josie's words. She couldn't help but notice a few familiar faces in the cafe. Mrs. Carmichael, the sweet old lady who ran the bakery next door, was humming softly as she rearranged pastries. Mr. Danvers, the librarian, sat at a corner table, nose buried in a dusty book. It was hard to believe such a peaceful town could harbor such darkness. After leaving the cafe, Evelyn wandered toward the town library, hoping to find more clues in the archives. The library was an old brick building with tall windows and the faint scent of aged paper that made her feel at home. Inside, she greeted Mr. Danvers, who adjusted his thick glasses and smiled warmly. Looking for something specific, Evelyn? Yes, she said, lowering her voice. Anything about the marsh tunnels or secret passages in Pinebrook? Mr. Danvers's eyes twinkled. You're not the first to ask. Follow me. He led her to a hidden alcove behind the history section, a narrow spiral staircase that descended into a dim basement filled with maps, ledgers, and boxes of town records. As they sifted through the piles, Evelyn found a faded newspaper clipping from 1952 about a mysterious fire that had destroyed part of the town's archives. The article hinted at a cover-up, but didn't provide details. Suddenly, a cold draft brushed past them, and Evelyn shivered. She glanced toward the staircase entrance, half expecting to see someone watching. Maybe it's just the old building settling, Mr. Danvers said with a nervous chuckle. But Evelyn wasn't so sure. Back upstairs, she returned to her apartment, where Lillian was waiting with a knowing smile. There's more at stake than we thought, Lillian said. They've been erasing Pinebrook's true story for decades. The Marsh family's secret tunnels aren't just hiding artifacts. They might be hiding the truth about why this town was built here, and what's still buried. Evelyn nodded, feeling the weight of the mystery pressing down on her. But who? Who would want to keep this secret so badly? Lillian's gaze darkened. That's what we need to find out. And soon. As night fell, Evelyn prepared for another restless night. The old clock on her wall ticked toward 3:12 a.m., the time that had become her personal curse. When the footsteps began again, slow, deliberate, crawling across the ceiling, Evelyn held her breath, clutching the leather-bound book. But this time, the paper rustling was louder, as if something was being desperately searched for. And then, a voice, barely a whisper, carried through the darkness. Find the journal. The note lay on Evelyn's doorstep, its edges curling slightly from the morning's dampness. The ink was smudged but unmistakable. Stop digging, or the past will bury you. Evelyn's heart raced as she picked it up. The handwriting was hurried, almost frantic. Whoever had left it wanted her to stop, but she knew she couldn't. Not now. Not when the threads of the mystery were tightening like a noose around Pinebrook's quiet charm. She brought the note inside and carefully placed it atop the scattered papers on her kitchen table. The storm outside had settled into a soft drizzle, the kind that blurred the edges of the world and made everything feel just a little secretive. After a few moments, the doorbell rang, jolting her from her thoughts. She opened it to find Josie standing there, bundled in a thick scarf and raincoat. "I got your message," Josie said, stepping inside and shaking off raindrops. "Looks like someone's not happy with your digging." Evelyn nodded grimly. This town has shadows darker than its quaint streets. They settled by the window, watching the wet leaves swirl in the breeze. Josie pulled out her phone and showed Evelyn a series of photos, grainy images from a recent town meeting. Among the crowd, Evelyn recognized a few faces. The mayor, the local historian, and a man with sharp eyes Evelyn had seen lurking near the old mill. "That man," Josie said, pointing, "that's Frank Holloway. He runs the mill and has been pushing hard to redevelop the area. Some say he wants to clean up Pinebrook by erasing its past." Evelyn frowned. If he's involved, then this isn't just about old tunnels. It's about control. Josie smiled wryly. "Welcome to small-town politics." Later that afternoon, Evelyn decided to visit the mill herself. The building sat on the edge of town, its brick walls weathered and ivy-covered. As she approached, she noticed a group of workers unloading crates, their faces tight with suspicion. She spotted Frank overseeing the operation, a tall man with a weather-beaten face and eyes that flicked like a hawk's. "Mr. Holloway," Evelyn called out, trying to sound casual. He turned sharply, narrowing his gaze. "Can I help you?" "I'm just curious about the mill's history," Evelyn said, holding up a hand to show she meant no harm. "I'm researching the marsh tunnels and Pinebrook's past." Frank's jaw tightened. The mill's history isn't a story for tourists. Before Evelyn could reply, a worker hurried over. "Frank, the shipment's delayed. Something's wrong with the crates." Frank cursed under his breath and strode away, leaving Evelyn alone with the murmurs of machinery and the faint creak of old wood. The air felt thick with unspoken secrets. Back at the apartment, Evelyn spread out her findings. The journals, the note, the photos. The pieces were coming together, but the picture remained frustratingly blurry. That night, as the clock edged toward 3:12 a.m., Evelyn heard the familiar footsteps above, the soft rustle of paper. But this time, there was a knock, soft, deliberate, coming from the crawlspace door. Her breath caught. She wasn't sure whether to be terrified or hopeful. Slowly, she moved toward the door and opened it a crack. A folded piece of paper slipped through the gap. She caught it and unfolded it carefully. Inside was a single line written in shaky handwriting. "Meet me at the old chapel. Midnight. Alone, Evelyn's fingers trembled. The invitation was clear, but so was the danger. The rain had stopped by the time Evelyn slipped into her coat and stepped outside. The streets of Pinebrook were quiet, the usual bustle replaced by a stillness that pressed against her like a held breath. The moon was veiled behind wisps of cloud, casting the town in a pale, ghostly light. She kept the folded notes safe in her pocket and made her way toward the old chapel, a place long abandoned and whispered about in town lore. It sat on the hill overlooking Pinebrook, its stained glass windows shattered, the wooden doors swollen from years of rain. As she climbed the hill, her mind raced. Who had sent the note? A friend? An enemy? Someone trapped in this web of secrets? When she reached the chapel steps, Evelyn hesitated. The door was slightly ajar, creaking as the wind nudged it. Gathering courage, she pushed it open and stepped inside. The air smelled of damp wood and forgotten prayers. Shadows stretched across the cracked stone floor, and the faded pews sat empty like silent witnesses. A single candle flickered near the altar, casting a warm glow that pierced the darkness. Beside it stood a figure, a woman, slender and cloaked in a dark shawl. Evelyn. The woman's voice was low but steady. Yes, Evelyn replied cautiously. Who are you? The woman pulled back her hood, revealing a face both familiar and unexpected. Mrs. Whitaker, the town librarian. I've been watching, Mrs. Whitaker said softly. You're closer than you realize. Evelyn's eyes narrowed. Closer to what? To the truth about Pinebrook's past and the danger that truth carries. That note you found, it was meant to warn you, but also to guide you. Mrs. Whitaker stepped forward, revealing a worn leather satchel. She pulled out a thick bundle of papers and handed them to Evelyn. These are transcripts, interviews, letters, secret reports from decades ago. They tell a story the town tried to bury, about the marsh tunnels, about the mill, and the men who made sure their secrets stayed hidden. Evelyn flipped through the documents, her breath catching at the names, dates, and coded language. This was more than she'd imagined. Why tell me now? She asked. Mrs. Whitaker sighed. Because someone is trying to rewrite history and erase anyone who remembers. You're not the only one who's heard the footsteps in the walls. A sudden noise made them both freeze. The unmistakable scrape of a shoe on stone outside the chapel. Mrs. Whitaker motioned for silence, then whispered, They're watching. Evelyn's heart pounded as footsteps echoed down the hill. The door slammed shut behind them. Quick, Mrs. Whitaker urged. There's a tunnel beneath the chapel. It leads to the mill's basement. Together, they slipped through a loose stone and descended into darkness, the air growing colder with every step. The mystery was no longer just a story on paper. It was a living, breathing secret that had been waiting for someone to uncover. The tunnel was narrower than Evelyn expected, the stone walls slick with moisture and faintly glowing with patches of moss. She followed Mrs. Whitaker closely, each step echoing in the confined space. The faint light from Mrs. Whitaker's lantern danced along the damp walls, revealing old wooden beams sagging under the weight of decades. "It's amazing no one's found this before," Evelyn whispered, trying to keep her voice steady. Mrs. Whitaker shook her head. "The tunnels were sealed off years ago after the mill closed. The town wanted to forget what happened down here." Evelyn's mind flashed back to the notebooks she'd found in her apartment crawl space, the voices and footsteps that never stopped. Now, this place felt like the heart of the mystery, a hidden artery pulsing beneath Pinebrook. As they walked deeper, a faint clatter echoed behind them. Both women froze. "Did you hear that?" Evelyn whispered. Mrs. Whitaker nodded grimly. "We're not alone down here." They pressed on, the tunnel opening into a wider chamber cluttered with old crates and rusted machinery parts. In the corner, a thick layer of dust covered what looked like a wooden desk, its surface scratched with strange symbols. Evelyn approached cautiously and brushed away the dust, revealing a faded map of Pinebrook, but it was different. There were markings on the edges of the town she didn't recognize, crosses, circles, and lines that formed an intricate pattern. "What is this?" Evelyn murmured. "A map of the old marsh tunnels," Mrs. Whitaker said. "And something else. Secret routes used by those who wanted to stay hidden." A sudden chill filled the room, and the candle flickered violently. From somewhere deep in the tunnel, a faint scraping noise began again, followed by that familiar, slow, deliberate breathing. Evelyn's heart hammered. "We need to get out." But before she could finish, the entrance to the chamber was slammed shut, plunging them into darkness. Mrs. Whitaker's lantern flickered and went out. "Stay calm," she urged, her voice steady despite the panic rising in Evelyn's chest. In the pitch-black silence, the breathing grew louder. It was close now, too close. Then a voice whispered from the shadows, cold and menacing, "You shouldn't be here." Evelyn reached blindly for Mrs. Whitaker's hand, gripping it tightly. "We just want to know the truth," Evelyn said, voice trembling but defiant. The footsteps moved closer, and the breathing slowed, as if waiting. A dim light suddenly flared on the far wall, revealing a figure, someone wrapped in a dark cloak, face hidden in shadow. Mrs. Whitaker's eyes flashed with recognition. "It's him." Evelyn felt her blood run cold. The man in the shadows was the last piece of the puzzle, and the key to everything she'd uncovered. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat as the cloaked figure stepped forward, the dim light revealing sharp eyes that glinted like cold steel. The shadows hid his face well, but there was something hauntingly familiar about his posture, like someone who knew these tunnels intimately. Mrs. Whitaker didn't flinch. "You've been hiding here all these years," she said softly, voice steady but edged with years of bitterness. "Why? What are you protecting?" The man's eyes flicked to Evelyn, then back to Mrs. Whitaker. I protect the truth. Something this town has tried to bury for decades. Evelyn swallowed hard. The mystery she'd stumbled into wasn't just about creaking floors or strange footsteps. It was something deeper, darker, something woven into the very foundation of Pinebrook. The man gestured slowly toward the crates. You found the map. Good. But do you understand what it means? Mrs. Whitaker's jaw tightened. It means someone used these tunnels to cover up a crime. Something the town's founders wanted erased from history. The stranger's voice dropped to a whisper. More than that, they hid secrets that could unravel the entire town's story. People who should have been forgotten. Evelyn's mind raced, connecting the dots, the notebooks in her apartment, the midnight footsteps, the rustling paper. It wasn't just a haunting. It was a conspiracy. The stranger pulled back his hood, revealing a face weathered by time, with sharp cheekbones and piercing blue eyes. My name is Thomas Granger, and I was once like you, searching for answers. Mrs. Whitaker stepped forward, holding out a trembling hand. Why reveal yourself now? Thomas hesitated. Because the past is catching up. And if people like you don't act, the truth will be lost forever. But there are forces, powerful ones, who want to keep it buried. Evelyn felt a shiver run down her spine. She glanced at Mrs. Whitaker, then back at Thomas. What happened here? What secret? Thomas looked away, voice heavy with regret. It all began with the old mill fire and a missing ledger. The name hit Evelyn like a thunderclap. The mill fire, the town's darkest tragedy, a story buried in whispers and half-truths. The ledger was said to contain names, dates, and dealings that could topple families and fortunes. We need to find that ledger, Evelyn said firmly. If it's real, it's the key to everything. Thomas nodded. It's hidden deeper in these tunnels. But getting to it won't be easy. The tunnels are a maze, filled with traps, puzzles, and those who don't want the truth to come out. Mrs. Whitaker's eyes gleamed with determination. Then we better get moving, before they come for us. As the three of them prepared to delve deeper into the labyrinth beneath Pinebrook, Evelyn felt a strange mixture of fear and hope. The cozy streets and friendly faces of her town hid a shadowy secret, one she was now determined to expose. But outside, the wind howled through the old trees, and somewhere far above, the clock tower struck 3:12 a.m. Evelyn's shoes clicked softly on the damp stone floor as she followed Thomas and Mrs. Whitaker deeper into the tunnels beneath Pinebrook. The faint scent of earth and old timber mingled with a lingering chill that seeped into her bones. This place, Evelyn whispered, it feels alive, like it's watching us. Thomas nodded. That's why most people avoid it. But there's more than just history down here. Secrets that someone wanted hidden. Mrs. Whitaker held a lantern high, its golden glow casting dancing shadows on the tunnel walls. She paused at a fork, pointing to a faded symbol etched into the stone, a spiral with an arrow. This mark, she explained, was used by the mill workers to signal safe paths. But the deeper tunnels? They're trickier. Misdirections, false turns. Some say the builders wanted to keep the ledger safe at any cost. Evelyn ran her fingers along the cool wall, her mind racing. The notebooks, the midnight noises, the hidden crawl space, all pieces of a puzzle that now felt enormous. Suddenly, a soft scrape echoed from the left tunnel. "Did you hear that?" Evelyn asked, heart thudding. Thomas held up a finger. Shoo! From the darkness emerged a figure, a tall, wiry man with a crooked smile and eyes that flickered like a candle flame. "Lost are we?" he said, voice gravelly but amused. Mrs. Whitaker's grip tightened on her lantern. "Who are you?" "Name's Jack," he said, stepping closer. "I know these tunnels better than anyone. Been watching since you showed up." Evelyn glanced at Thomas, who looked wary but calm. "What do you want?" Jack shrugged. "Maybe to help. Maybe to warn you off. Not everyone around here likes digging up old dirt." Mrs. Whitaker raised an eyebrow. "You expect us to believe that?" Jack's smile faded. "Believe what you want. But if you're after the ledger, you'll need this." He held out a small, rusted key attached to a leather cord. Evelyn's fingers trembled as she took it. "Where did you get this?" Jack's eyes glinted. "Let's just say it's been in my family a long time. It opens the lock to the chamber where the ledger's supposed to be hidden." Thomas exchanged a glance with Mrs. Whitaker. "If this is true, then we have a chance. But we can't trust Jack completely." Jack laughed softly. "Fair enough. But if you want to make it out of here alive, you'll need allies and a little luck." The three of them shared a tense look before deciding to accept Jack's uneasy help. They moved cautiously deeper, the tunnels narrowing, the air growing colder. Whispers of the past seemed to seep from the stone walls, promises, betrayals, and secrets long buried. At a heavy wooden door barred with iron, Jack pulled out the key and fitted it into the lock. It clicked open with surprising ease. Inside was a small room, dust-covered crates, cobwebbed shelves, and in the corner, a worn leather-bound ledger resting on a crate. Evelyn stepped forward, heart pounding. "This is it." She opened the ledger, its yellowed pages revealing a list of names, dates, and cryptic notes. Some names matched prominent town families. Others were unfamiliar. Thomas read aloud a passage. April 23rd, 1922. Payment received. Silence maintained. Mrs. Whitaker frowned. "This ledger is proof of a cover-up. People paid to keep quiet about the mill fire." Suddenly, a faint rustling sounded behind them. Evelyn spun around, but the tunnel was empty. "Someone's here," Jack said quietly. "Or something." The tension thickened, the past closing in. The footsteps echoed closer, a slow, deliberate cadence that seemed to reverberate off the damp stone walls. Evelyn's heart hammered in her chest as she shut the ledger with a snap and tucked it under her arm. "Who's there?" Thomas called out, voice steady but wary. No answer. Jack flicked the lantern to the left tunnel's entrance, but the shadows swallowed the light. They don't want us here. Not after all this time. Mrs. Whitaker shifted closer to Evelyn. We need to get out before they decide to make an appearance. Evelyn nodded, but her eyes kept darting back to the ledger. A tangible piece of history with the power to unravel the town's carefully woven stories. They retraced their steps, the cold air prickling their skin as the tunnels twisted and turned like a living maze. The sound of footsteps seemed to trail them, sometimes just beyond the lantern's reach, sometimes disappearing altogether. Who do you think it is? Evelyn whispered. Jack grinned, but it was all teeth, no warmth. Could be one of the town council's old families. They don't want their secrets dragged into the light. Thomas frowned. We need evidence, something solid to expose the truth. Mrs. Whitaker held up a small device, a voice recorder. I've been recording our conversations. If anyone denies the ledger's existence, this will prove it. Evelyn admired her resolve. Good thinking. As they neared the crawlspace entrance Evelyn had sealed weeks ago, an unexpected sound stopped them. A low, guttural growl from somewhere deeper in the tunnels. Jack's smile vanished. That's not human. Evelyn's mind raced back to the notebooks. The strange noises at 3:12 a.m. The breathing she couldn't explain. Maybe whatever's been making those noises has been living down here all along, she said quietly. Suddenly, a faint rustling sounded from behind the wall. Evelyn pressed her ear against the cold stone. A whisper, unintelligible, but unmistakably human. Who's there? She called, voice trembling. No response, just silence. Then a soft thud echoed near the crawlspace hatch. Something heavy had been dropped. Jack reached down and lifted a crumpled envelope from the floor. The paper was old, edges frayed, sealed with faded red wax bearing the same spiral arrow symbol. Mrs. Whitaker broke the seal carefully and unfolded the letter. Evelyn leaned in. The letter read, "To those who find this, beware the Watchers. They guard more than secrets. They guard power. The ledger is but a key to a darker truth." Her skin prickled. This was no ordinary conspiracy. Suddenly, a distant shout echoed through the tunnels. "Stop them! Run!" Jack yelled. The group sprinted toward the ladder leading back to the building above, hearts pounding. As they emerged into the night air, Evelyn looked back once. The darkness beneath Pinebrook hiding more than just shadows. Back in the warmth of Evelyn's cozy kitchen, the four friends gathered around the battered oak table, its surface scarred with years of Pinebrook stories. The flickering candlelight made the shadows dance, but the room felt safe, at least for now. Evelyn spread the ledger and the newly found letter out before them. This letter, it confirms there's more to Pinebrook's history than anyone's been told. They don't just want to hide secrets. They want to protect some kind of power. Jack rubbed his chin. Power usually means money or control. But what kind of power could be buried under this town? Mrs. Whitaker shook her head. I've been listening to the town's old recordings. There's talk of a forgotten society, something secretive and dangerous, operating from the shadows. Thomas leaned in, voice low. And the Watchers? The people who threatened us? They're not just guarding documents. They're guarding a legacy. Evelyn felt the weight of it all settle in her chest. This wasn't just about hidden journals or odd noises in the night. It was a fight for the town's very soul. To lighten the mood, Jack made a joke about needing a Ghostbusters license. Laughter broke the tension, small but genuine, reminding them why they cared so much about this place. But the warmth was short-lived. At 3:12 a.m., Evelyn woke to the familiar creak above her ceiling. Slow, measured footsteps, followed by that wet, heavy breathing. She lay frozen, the memories of the crawl space and the notebooks flooding back. The breathing faded, but a soft rustling continued, like the whisper of pages turning. Her eyes snapped open. She wasn't alone. Outside her bedroom door, a shadow shifted, too large to be a trick of the mind. Evelyn. Thomas's voice was barely a whisper. She exhaled slowly. I'm here. They spent the rest of the night huddled together, sharing theories and fears, knowing the Watchers were closer than ever. Morning brought no relief. A note slipped under Evelyn's door read only. Stop digging or join the missing. The stakes had never been higher. The sun rose softly over Pinebrook, casting a golden glow on the quiet streets. But inside Evelyn's small house, the air was thick with tension. The final confrontation was near. Gathered around the kitchen table, Evelyn, Jack, Thomas, and Mrs. Whitaker reviewed everything they had uncovered. The secret society, the journals, the crawl space, and the Watchers all pointed to one place, the Old Town Library basement. Evelyn's hands trembled as she held the fragile, water-stained ledger one last time. This is where it all started. We have to go down there tonight. Jack flashed a reassuring grin. Then let's not waste daylight. As evening settled, the four made their way to the library, the familiar creaks of the building whispering stories of ages past. The basement door groaned open, revealing cold stone walls lined with dusty shelves. Using the old ledger as a guide, they found a hidden panel behind a stack of forgotten books. Beyond it lay a narrow staircase descending into darkness. With only their flashlights, they stepped into the unknown. The basement was a maze of tunnels and small chambers. Faint echoes of footsteps and breathing sent chills down their spines. But the group pressed forward, united by the trust they'd built. Finally, they found a room filled with artifacts, old documents, portraits, and strange symbols etched into the stone walls. Mrs. Whitaker gasped. This was the heart of the secret society, protectors of Pinebrook's heritage, preserving knowledge and guarding against misuse. Thomas pointed to a faded portrait. That's the founder. He believed knowledge was power, but power could corrupt. Evelyn's gaze landed on a small wooden box in the corner. Inside were the missing journals, the very ones hidden in the crawl space. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind them. The watchers had arrived. But this time, Evelyn felt no fear, only resolve. "We're not here to destroy," she called out. "We want to protect Pinebrook, just like you." From the shadows stepped a figure, the last guardian of the society, tired but steadfast. After tense moments, an unspoken understanding passed between them. The society's secret could no longer be hidden, but it must be respected. Together, they agreed to safeguard the knowledge, sharing it only with those who truly cared for Pinebrook's future. In the days that followed, the strange noises stopped. The crawl space was sealed with care, and the journals were placed in the library under watchful eyes. Life in Pinebrook slowly returned to its gentle rhythm, filled with small-town charm. The local bakery's morning rush, children's laughter in the park, and neighbors chatting over white picket fences. Evelyn sat by her window one evening, sipping tea and smiling at the peaceful street. The mystery had changed her, deepened her love for the town and its people. And though whispers of secrets remained, she knew Pinebrook's heart was safe for now.